Hello. Neil has an aquarium instead of her brain, now it's canon. Joke's on you, it's always been canon. Okay, you might not know this, but around 2 years ago, maybe more, I was making jokes about how I have worms in my brain. But then I became really obsessed with fish. And then I realized that all the fish and all of the worms in my brain have attracted fish. And now there's fish in my brain. No more worms. They're just fish, they're just splashing around. They're doing the... I was about to say gold ship, what the fuck? Goldfish. Magikarp splash. Totally ineffective. That's my brain, that's my thinking. Unless you have the goldfish claws in your noggin. Hello, Beef. Hello, Amanda. Hello, Buddha. Hello, Black Timer. Hello, Fart Bath. Fish good, they do a swim and don't even care about nothing except bigger fish. Exactly. They don't really need to care about anything else. They just know that they have reached their peak already. I have fed the dogs. And I am now ready to cause myself pain and suffering. My sister organized something for me. She told me to pick her at a certain time and yet she's late. What the heck? Well, why do you need to hydrate when you have fish for brains? Riddle me this, Bartman. This is exactly why I need to hydrate! The fish need water! What do you mean? Isn't that obvious? They need the water! Meow, 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 meow. Oh my god. I feel like I just... my brain... oh... Sorry, I heard the noise of the game and I had like war flashbacks. Wait, before we start, there's something very important. Something very important we need to do. There's something very, very, very important we need to do. I'm gonna be absolutely disgusted, but I don't really care that much. Grzegorz, no! No. 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 So... have some of this music in the background, even if you cannot listen. Even if you cannot hear! It's fine. 10 squats, you mean? I'm just trying to chill. And you're squatting here. Yeah, and why are you trying to make it worse? Huh? Huh? Did the fish bump the bowl? Yes. Yes. That's what happened. Listen. We're making a cheat sheet. Making a cheat sheet. We'll be preparing a little map so we can make this faster without missing fun stuff. And you're asking, why? Leo, why would you do that? That's just cheating. And you're saying this is a challenge? When you're cheating like this? When you're just putting a map together? Yes. Yes. I am doing this for reasons of we will get more health and more time. And then the last two levels. Oh, but for the record, I will not be doing a map for the levels I haven't seen, just the ones I have seen and finished. Just so we can speed up the process a little bit. Anyway, here's my 10 squats. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I'm glad I had that sweater on. You played through this yesterday? How did it go? Did you enjoy it? Or was it pain and suffering? How do you feel about this beautiful, beautiful game? I'm saying that, but I'm not really believing the words coming out of my mouth. It was nice pain. Yeah, I feel like I was mistaken about this game. Because I felt like when I saw it as a kid, it seemed like it's impossible to really get through it. And then I play this, and you know, at first I cannot figure out what the heck I'm doing, but then the moment I got used to the controls, it clicked, and suddenly it became kind of fun. So that's nice. I appreciate it. Also, I'm drawing your thing in a minute. Let me just do this. Paint! Snake... Like. 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 Key. Something. I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. Here. I don't know why his... Okay. That's better, I guess. I don't know. Here you go. Are you happy? This is my this is my next entry to this beautiful series. Okay. Now I need to prepare my plan. And my plan is going to be drawing the path. So we start here. You need to go this way. But after you go back, you can go this way. And I didn't. Wait, actually. Will it actually make it shorter? Or not? You have to run less, but you have to deal with this guy. I don't know, you gotta test this. We have to test this. This map makes game look like Five Nights at Freddy's. You have to understand that this is very, very important. Very important. Here you have an enemy. You go this way. This one is pretty straightforward, I think. I don't need to do this. What are we doing? Game prep. Yes! Hello, Decibels. Do you not enjoy game prep? This one closes it. We might just be like, yeah, fuck it, fuck this. Actually, you know what? Probably just... It doesn't matter really, but... Yeah, just go this way, fuck it. Then this guy. This thing. And we have to go here. This is very important. Very importante. And you can skip the other guy. I didn't know this. You can skip this fuck. You can skip him. With the map we need to ban running? No! I find it cool, but that means we're getting serious with it? Yes. This is because I will find a way to mess this up. You need to remember, I am very talented at making my life difficult. So, I didn't know this exists. But... fucking triple trap, but there's more healthy. There's more health. And then we have to run this way. And blah blah blah. Blah 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 blah. I'm normal about this. I'm normal about this game, I swear. This one is the evil one. Also found out that, you know, I had a theory that what if you skip the mirror? Do you not have the clone? Well, my theory was wrong because there's no way to go around. There's no way to get up here. So, yes, sadly, you can't just go do that. So, this way, gotta get the health. Get the health. Then... no, not this one. Not this way. This way. Oh, this one opens 6 too. Oh. You go this way. That's how they expect it to beat games and exactly. You know, I saw that people would like draw maps with this game when they were trying to beat it, and it makes sense. Makes sense. We all need something to be very normal about. Exactly, yes. Because this shit, you cannot pick it up because the clone will steal it from you no matter what. I'm just gonna ignore this. I'm just not gonna go pick it up. Go this way. Just fuck that. I need to go this way. I think you can also ignore this way because that was a trap. The blueprints of Persia. Jeff, I never thought you find the blueprints to his dungeon. Aha! I don't know why this entire thing exists over here, but oh well. Then this is easy. This one's pretty simple, to be honest. What are you choosing this time? I'm making sure I'm drawing on the map so that I don't go into what's the word? Into corridors I don't need to get into, because this game has a limit of 60 minutes, and if you waste too much time, you cannot finish it. And the last time I played this, I went into here. Oh, oops, you cannot see it, sorry. I went into here, and this was pointless because this thing, I cannot pick it up, because the clone will drink it. And then the second time I went through here, which was also pointless because this thing, the blue plate will close this. And I didn't need health, so I just had to go around like a stupid person. So that was a waste of time. So I'm just gonna not do that. Also, this was like the shortest level in the game. You just, you know, you just go this way. And then you jump down. And then this is the level. This is the level. So that's nice. This is the one that I remember. No, that's not the one that I got stuck on, but it exists because it's It's made to annoy me. So this way. Gotta go this way. And what opens 7? This? Oh, what the fuck? So you have to go this way. Oh, this is so stupid. And I might have just to skip this because I would have to go this way, then go up here, then go like around here again. Not sure if it's worth it. This level sucked, especially when you go for the life booster. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna skip that shit. This one is too annoying. Too much backtracking. I can't wait to see how it goes. Oh my god. Part of me is like, we should get all of the life boosters, but I don't know. I don't know. No, we're gonna skip that one. That one is too annoying. Is there more life boosters here? No, there's just a hole with a bone. There's no life boosters on this level. A mouse will come to the rescue if you don't make it in time. So you gotta... this way. And you go this way. And you go this way. That's Mr. Bones! The mouse was so hype. I love it. I love the mouse. You definitely don't need them all, but what if? This Mr. Bones, I've heard about his wild ride but never his wild fall. Yeah, I think... what if this is where he started? What if this is Mr. Bones, the one that turns up the way when you get close to him? What if? These old maps usually were photographs that were stitched together and photographed again. They usually would be drawn a piece of paper. I know, that's what we're talking about. What other Mr. Bones do you know? Go this way. Oh god. You have to hurry the fuck up. And this way. And then you go this way. And this is so stupid. I hate this level. Yeah, we are almost done with drawing the maps. Let's go. Oh, there was no bones from stream. You either rolled the... what? What are you saying? I cannot read. I cannot think. Okay, so this way. And this way. Ugh. And over here. Over here. You have to go over here. Wait. 8? Oh, yeah. And over here. Over here. Oh my god. Yeah. Oh, the bones means roll the dice or take a chance. Yes, but I don't know. I don't understand why. I don't understand why that's being mentioned. Maniacal 4 are welcome. 7 stream streak. Jesus, congratulations. Oh. Oh. Well. Yeah, but I don't know those. You go this way. I can probably just drop down here and be like, fuck this. You go this way. Take the health. The health. The health. God damn it, make a circle. And then we go this way. Oh god, and you go this way and this way and this way. What the fuck is this? And then here. Oh my god. I think that so far this is the stupidest level. And I was complaining about some of these other ones. Like, I was complaining about this one. Look at this shit. And this is the one I got through very quickly, and then turned out that it wasn't last level as expected. So, what the fuck was I doing here? Wait, is there... What is this room? Is there any health? I mean, additional health? Don't think so. Incoming! Sajini! Hello, thank you for the raid! How did your flying machines go? Guys, go check out Sajini. Sajini's been playing Minecraft and doing a very cool thing. I don't know how she figured it out, but she was making flying machines, and that's crazy. You did pretty good! Nice, nice. I'm proud. I have no idea how I did it. I'm cooked, must lurk. Much love. Thank you, Pixel. Thank you for the lurk. Get some food. Food is good. The heck was I doing here? Go over here, I believe. Oh, wait, this is not blue line. This is over here. How's your brain, Parasite? It's better. It's better. I took headaches. What the fuck? I took painkillers and I did some stretches and I laid down a little bit and it's better now. And I'm just drinking. I'm sipping on some water. So I'm alive. I'm alive. Go this way and then this way and then ignore these two guys. These you don't need to. I was about to say you don't need to talk to them. And then you go over here. And then over here. Oof. My god! What the heck is this? What are we playing today? We are playing Prince of Persia! Thing you can see on here. I'm just drawing maps for myself. Because the last time I played, I didn't make it in time. Go play... What? Go play Painkiller to get rid of your pain? No. We were talking about Underworld last time. It's free with Amazon Prime. I don't have Amazon Prime. Oh god. No Amazon Prime for me. Okay, we are ready. I think. I hope. The map is prepared. And I will try to follow it to the best of my ability. I'm having a kebab. Enjoy the kebab. Kebab. You know, it's only 40. Yeah, but like I don't buy anything. I haven't have a need for it. I don't play most of You can I'm the worst person to advertise anything to, because I'll find many reasons to be just like, nah, I'm good. I'm trying to find room on my freaking screen to put these maps on. Hold on. This should be okay. Free. I thought I read free ads. Free ads every week. Print out the map. And waste paper for this shit? You crazy? Do I not have anything to do with paper? Sajini, you got 10 streams. Jesus. I already forgot the freaking controls. I already forgot the controls! It's been 3 days or something. Okay, I've... Mama! Ooh. I don't wanna die. Shift is a great... is great breaks for your character. Remember, if you ever fear that you might be going too fast, just press shift. It works in real life too. It doesn't, I lied. Bong bong. Thank you for flashbanging all of us. My new coworker, who's barely half my age, who wants to quit, makes me wanna cry just by telling me how how I'm trying my best. Is that good? I don't need feelings. Aww. You need feelings. I will give you feelings. You need all of the feelings. You just don't understand that yet. Bum ba dum bum. What was that for? Rents, don't fall. Do you have me feelings? Like, what feelings? Of pain and suffering? I hope not. You should have all the good feelings. We did it! One level down. One level down? What? Doesn't really make me fill me with what? With motivation, with life. I'm stretching. Thank you. Quick save. How much? How long did we? Okay, we got the first level down in 3 minutes. That's pretty good. Dun, dun, dun. Oops. Give the fish water. 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 I almost forgot to press shift. Come on. Bum ba bum. Should play Sekiro after this? Jesus Christ. Why did I drink that? I didn't need to. Ah! I heard that. Wait, this is not where this is not where I was supposed to go. Never mind. You should play Sekiro after this. Falls down to my death. Truly a Prince of Persia experience, just like how I remember it. Hello, Rasen. Let's see, I'll correct the reference. God's precious water? Fuck! I pressed wrong button. Okay. Well, that's just how it is in games. You press wrong button, you die. Hold on. Did I press restart? No! Not game! Shit. Don't the game shit? Yes. Exactly. Exactly. Remember, gaming shit is bad. Beam bitty beam. Wait, I need to fix that freaking bot. Hold on, I will do it now. Because this is the second time that this has been an issue. The freaking quotes. Why is stream... What? Kill the bot. We need to get a better bot. I should get a Nightbot instead because this thing is bad. Wait, what? Hold on. When did I say that? Quote, where is it? What the heck is quote? It's gone. It has escaped. Has escaped. Why? Huh? Okay, I'm having an issue here. It do seem like a fuck. I don't know. I have no recollection of when this was said. I think they might have broken something. Because okay, guys, the command is different. It's wait, but this is okay, hold on. You know what? I will have to work on this after stream because I need to make a custom one. I didn't realize this was this broken. Go with perfect memory. But then you will never have any quotes, see? Like, I don't remember what I said. Yeah, this is the command, but only moderators can use it. I died in the same freaking spot. And I cannot change it because this is like an internal stream elements command. So I need to make a custom one. I don't have the brain for that. You can also add don't green the blue or whatever the fuck it was. I don't remember. Oh god. Don't green the blue. 5 Independence Day. Oh man, the problem about the died command is that it hasn't been reset, and I don't remember when those deaths are from. Although, technically, it doesn't really matter. I mean, I died more times in this game than you can count. The more you have cat. I know, I'm happy for you. Those deaths are from IRL? Ah, you know what? You're correct. Is it me? Did you picture after stream? Okay. I'm going to fix my view on the map because I'm blind. I should run over this. I mean, jump over, but I forgot. Everyone has permission to reset the death count? Go ahead! Fuck the death count. Stop it! Go. This is running on a source port or something? This is, hold on. This is called, SDL POP. It's running on SDL. Yeah. It's using SDL, and it's basically a like a modern port of the DOS version. Yeah, it's an open source port. Exactly. Thank you, guys. If Prince of Persia ran on the source engine, that would be something. This is old. This game is originally from 89. However, this particular version, well, the DOS version is from 1990. And, well, this port, I don't remember actually what year this port is from. Bench. I need more Phantasmagoria type games. You want more FMV games? We can play more FMV games. Oh fuck. Guys, look at this shit. Ah! Bad timing. Phantasmaglorp. Good heavens, this is older than I thought. Yeah, this shit is old. Also, I mentioned this on stream, that I've seen this at like a school friend's house. And the thing is, I remember this being black and white for some reason. I am 90% sure they did not have a Mac, so it wasn't that, you know, that earlier version which was kind of just like blue. But I don't know if they're like, if maybe they had a different port. Was this on like Commodore and some shit? I don't know. Okay, I didn't consider the fact that now I need to go back. Maybe they had busted drivers? Oh my god, who the heck knows? You know what? Fuck it. No, what are you doing? Well, I didn't have color monitors yet. What the fuck? How'd they do that? Maybe they had an arm strad? I have no idea what that is, but honestly, anything is possible. Gamered! I had gamered! Quickly! I did it! Hold on, I'm checking my map. Oh no! This is the freaking skeleton town. This is, to me, very surprising how they have this enemy and it doesn't return. It's just here, in just one spot. But yeah, exactly. Did you not know that Poland before the year 90 was just black and white? Communism is black and white. Wee. I said wee and then I fall to my death. Why do I do this? God damn it. Guys, pray for me so I can finish this, so we can check Snake's Revenge on the NES. Even though everyone rightfully hates that game. I'm gonna pray you never finish. No, don't say that. Oh, you fool. Oh. I fucked it up. Being forever stuck in Persia is better than Snake's Revenge. Probably. But there's other
I
nice
see
things
you're trapped in my
afterwards.
gay and stupid maze again.
Like Final Fantasy 3, although Final Fantasy 3 will come in the middle of December. We need to play something else until that time. And we might... So okay, question. Do you guys want to see Arena first? Or do we go for Tomb Raider 3? Because we did have... I know the Tomb Raider is technically not in the order right now. But... Arena is neat. But... It's there. Arena is neat. Oh, Arena is something else. Snake's Revenge was made by the creator of Castlevania. It can't be that bad. Which one? Castlevania 1 or 2? Level 4. 47 minutes left. Forty-seven. Oh no, this is the one with the mirror. With a mirror. Arena? Elder Scrolls Arena? Yes, Elder Scrolls Arena. I made a fucky wacky. Quick loading resets your time? No, it doesn't. I've played Elder Scrolls Daggerfall 2 years ago. And okay, first things first. I played Elder Scrolls Arena in 2015. And then I played Daggerfall on stream 2 years ago. And on Q's Discord, speaking of Q's Discord. No, wrong person! Q! Did I tap it wrong? Is there no... Okay, I tapped it correctly, yes. Check out this Q, not the previous one. On Q's Discord, Strong Beef mentioned, I'm gonna gift Q Arena, and I'm like, Arena is free! And then they mentioned, and they said, it's a shame that your playthrough of Arena wasn't archived, and I was like, well, I didn't stream that because that was 10 years ago. And then I jokingly said, hey, give me $10 and I play it again. And they were like, can it be in gift subs? And they did it! And I have to play it again because I'm stupid. What a horrible day for a curse. Oh god. Sabanatsu being bad is a meme. Yeah, I'm just like joking. Even the Japanese, the villagers just say shit to mess with you. Proof or lies? Everything is lies. Wait, am I going the right direction? Yes. But yeah, Arena. We playing that again. I mean, I'm playing that again. You guys haven't seen me play the game. Not yet, at any rate. We're going to play Mario Party with home. Can you... Can you simulate... the multiplayer in the old Mario Party games? Wait, there are bots. Oh, I don't know. You know what? Fine. I mean, I have them on my list. I might play Mario Party. Ba-ba-dum-bum. 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 Ba-bum. Ow, wow, wow. So I would like to know who designed this palace. Why are there traps everywhere, even outside the dungeon? It was a great man. My house is like this? Ah! Why? Why did I stop there? Chomp. I was being sliced up. What the fuck? What was that? Oh, the splat! It's like a overripe ripe tomato falling down into the floor. Ah. I'm a fool. Posture check? Okay, okay. What the fuck? Oh, Jesus. Would have fallen down to my death. Oh, you. Stop hiding. Oh, what happened to him? He just map ate him. Bum, ba-dum, bum. But yeah, hold on. Let me glance at the list real quick. What was supposed to be next? Because we need to discuss this, because the next game was supposed to, well, according to the list, the next game is supposed to be Final Fantasy III, but as I said, I am waiting for a Steam sale. So, we can just go straight to Metal Gear 2, or play the Arena, or play... You're playing the Pixel Remasters? Yes. Or play, like, Tomb Raider, or something. What is Fantasy World Dizzy? What are you saying? Daniel, hello! Oh, oops. Clone! Hello! Whoa, whoa, whoa. Level 5. Save. How much time do we have left? 43 minutes. Okay. Okay. Goodbye. It was a Disney game on the Pegasus. I have no idea. I don't know that one. I have no idea what Dizzy is. Oh! You fool! Pegasus, my favorite. My beloved. You like a fetus? What do you mean? What are you saying to me? I'm over here! I know Pegasus, I don't know Dizzy. Sorry, I'm staring at the chat and getting distracted. Fuck. Fuck! Plan can hurt you if you don't believe in it? That's mean. Goodbye. What level is this again? Was it 5? Did I say 5? I don't remember. Victory jump. Victory jump. Jump. Whee. So the community of Poland does already ride horses, and how do you deal with the monsters? What? I would like to know what the fuck you're talking about. In a way, this entire game might just be a single level to level 1. Don't say that! Hi, Vanya! They just say stay drunk. Oh my goodness. Ew. Netflix Witcher. If you weren't born here, you're food for those monsters. You need to know how to deal with them. That's you indeed. Yes, fuck that one. Come on. You have to die. There we go. Okay, I was very what was the word? Vague about that, but yeah, I am not a big fan of the Netflix Witcher. Mostly just because they kinda didn't give a fuck about the source material. No! God damn it. Prince. Okay, I have a question because this one is, you know, quite well known, this game. But what about the second game? Has any of you ever played Prince of Persia 2? Or like, has seen it? Because I have no recollection of ever seeing that one. I just know it exists. But even then, it's like, what? That was the one on Xbox? No! That's not even... It came out way earlier. It came out in like 92. Come on, come closer. Ah, shit. I hope your favorite IP gets a Netflix adaptation. But I'm gonna rip your eyes out of your body. And I'm gonna feed them to my fish brain. My brain fish even. Apparently Prince of Persia 2 sold well and was seen as an improvement, but fuck me, nobody remembers anymore. Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen it. Bum ba dum bum. There was also Prince of Persia 3D. I've heard about it. I've never seen it. The only one that I've played before, well, like an actual sequel that I've played was the Sands of Time one. I really like that one. It was good. Fuck this. Whee! 40 minutes! Stop pushing me! Come on! No! Oh god. Okay. Deep breaths. I'm getting distracted. 6th generation console games made the console versus PC argument. What are you saying? I don't understand where you keep getting these arguments from. Wait, do I have Prince of Persia 2? Not 2, 3D on my freaking list. Let me see. Prince of Persia. Holy shit, I do. That came out on PC. What the heck? Prince of Persia 2, The Shadow and the Flame was for DOS and came out in 93. Sorry, my bad. Not 93, not 92. And then there was a weird ass mobile spin-off in 2002 called Prince of Persia Harem Adventures. Excuse me, what the fuck is that? What the fuck is that? I think it's abandonware? Oh, it's possible. Oh, mama! Got it. Gameloft. Yes, our favorite developer. Or publisher, I don't fucking even know anymore. Okay, tell me, what's your favorite Gameloft title? Everyone has played those. Unless you're like 10. Or maybe 15, I don't know, my time is not real. I was gonna say Gothic 3 at the beginning, but it wasn't Gameloft. Gothic 3 had a mobile game? Come. Stop wasting my time. You freak. Okay, this is the end. Hurry the fuck up! What are you doing? Oh my goodness. It was actually cool, actually, for a damn phone game. The one I remember the most. Well, okay, I had two, I believe. I had two. I probably played more, but I don't remember two. The first one was, I think, Kung Fu Panda. Yes, I had a Kung Fu Panda mobile game. And then the second one oops. Spyro. I don't remember which. A Hero's Tale, I think? I don't know. God damn it! How did I do that the first time? Technology is funny because I went from wired phone to Nokia brick. Technology doesn't make sense. Oh god. Whoa! Dee 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 dee! Ah, fuck! What? Oh! Oh, it falls down! Oh god. This is some sick ass. The only sick ass thing is doing that and then falling. Why? Mama! Why won't you jump? Man, Sony Ericsson was the best phone. For one specific game. You probably know it was T. I don't remember. 300? No, I don't think so. It was this one phone that had like the back, the top of the phone was black, and then the bottom was silver. 38 minutes left. Oh my god. T300? Oh, I remembered? What the fuck? Came in different colors? Yeah, this is the one I knew I had, so I figured it would be easier to at least give an example if I was wrong. I was saved up to buy the cell phone from an FF7 movie? Oh, there was a movie? Time for drinkies? I will drinkies, thank you, Saru! Eek. Whee! I have not! I have experienced very little things. Very few things is what I should have said. We should watch movies on the Discord. We had this plan forever now, and then we just never follow through. Listen, I am not very familiar with a lot of classics, be it video games or movies. And like with games, I have more an incentive to do that because I like that. I care more. With movies, I kinda like whatever to me. Oliver, hello! I got movies, no classics. How are you? I'm pretty good, how are you? Okay, wait, I need to check real quick what the fuck I am. I need to go above. Oh well. But I'm pretty good, thank you, how are you? I'm having a I had a headache today, but that's fine. I'm better now. Can be better? I understand. Thank you for the follow. But you know, can be better, but it could also be worse, so we gotta at least enjoy what we have. I mean, appreciate. Yes, enjoy. Oh, I think I have to jump over this. And then we just kinda... I meant to grab the edge! I did all of those cool ass jumps in a very short time and then I do something like that. This is very Sura coded. Wow. He was so sure he won. He didn't even try. He just like he hit his sword right away. I was like, yeah. Yep, I did it. Good old me. Come on. He's been eaten by something. By the game. Whee! "35 minutes?" I'm saving. A bit of a cheat, but... cheese, rather. But oh well. Well, technically that is cheating. But somewhat. I don't know. Is it cheesing or is it cheating? If you save in a game that didn't have saves before. You know, I think cheating is when you use like mods. Or like use codes to... I don't know. Or like, it's like playing... GTA San Andreas and then using the code for like an infinite invincibility, or for the police to not chase you. You're cheating by saving. You know what movie gets better the more you watch it? Battleship? I don't know what the fuck Battleship is. I think I just failed. No! can't have cheats with how piss easy games are now. Bro. Boing boing. Whee! Fellowship is cool. Use Navy. Battleship! Oh, wait, I was supposed to skip this, wasn't I? This is what I get! Okay, fine, I should skip it. This is what I get. Is that Rihanna? What the heck? Womp womp womp.
Incoming!
Oh yeah? Oh yeah, thank you so much for the raid! How was your stream? Hold on. How was your stream? You've been playing Doom! Good. Good game. Guys, we should play Doom. Finally. And then all of the other ones. Yay! Did you have fun with Doom? I was playing a Doom mod, but the author kept bullying me in chat. What the fuck? Why? There's a lie? Man, who do I believe? Being smeared. Meow. I'm sorry. What the heck? I never. I'll tell you something. It's a secret, but I tell you. I don't mind. Sorry. Look, a mouse. Okay, this is the level where the mouse. This is very English. I'll tell you a secret. I've never played a Doom game. Ah, frick! I wasn't paying attention. Wait, but thank you so much for the follow. Go play Doom 64, it's fun. If I feel like playing Doom, play Doom 64. Ah. You see, my life is more difficult than that. Have you ever heard of a thing called brainworms? It makes for a complicated life. Ah, shit. It makes for a complicated life. They keep whispering into my ears. It's like your mother being like, what do you mean? Why are you eating dessert before eating your food, before eating your meat? Consume the whole dinner first. I'm being such a mess. Brain worms give you brain rot? No. No, you don't understand. You would have to have a brain to have brain rot. I'm sorry, you have... See, this is why This is a travesty for you. I don't have balls. Don't rub the brain worms. They like it, and then they make it worse for me. God damn it! Why am I failing so bad? Is this Prince of Persia? Yeah. This game is something else. It's very fussy with how you play it. And if it wasn't difficult enough, it's also time limited, which is why I save. Because if you are not careful, you will just you will just run out of time. I've heard you need to be very deliberate with your movement. Yeah. It's very similar to stuff like Tomb Raider, where, well, the old Tomb Raiders, by the way, not like the, you know, not like all of the modern ones, not like Legends and all of that stuff. Like the first trilogy, where you need to be at the very edge of a platform before you jump, for example. Otherwise, oh my god, I did that. Otherwise, you will just not reach your the edge of the next one. Ah! God damn it! I was doing so good. And from what chat members told me before, it's possible that Tomb Raider was actually inspired by this, which makes sense to me when I think about it that way. Which is maybe better that I played Tomb Raider first, because now I'm used to the bullshit. But yeah, what I was trying to say about the brainworms is that I have a list, and do not confuse the list with a backlog. This is something that happens a lot, but backlog implies that you want to play all of that. A list is I must experience the games, be it by playing or watching, or reading up about them. And yes, the list, yeah, exactly. This is how it is also being addressed. And I have a lot of old video game classics on the list. I'm being terrible right now because I keep getting distracted by thoughts. So for Doom, I have all of the Dooms in there, and as you can probably imagine, don't be confused with the list. What are you talking about? My brain worms told me that we have to play them in order. No skipping games. We can skip hold on. God damn it, what am I doing? No skipping games in franchises. So if I want to play Doom 2, I need to play Doom 1 first. I can skip some games to play something else from a different series. Like, it doesn't need, not all of them have to be played by release date, but they have to be played in order from the franchise, if that makes sense. What am I doing? What am I doing? Why am I being so terrible at this? Anyway. Yes. However, currently we are going through... Don't listen to Buddha, I don't know what he's talking about. You'll be playing every FF7 spin-off when you get to it? What? Well, you see, they technically are on the list. Will I actually play all of them? We will see. But they are on the list. Third of Cerebius? But yeah, the next Final Fantasy game is the third one. And it should be coming after this and Snake's Revenge. However, I don't have the game, don't own the game yet. I'm waiting for a Steam sale to get the pixel remasters. Because as much as I want to experience the games mostly in their original state, I also don't have the brain to do the grind, so I'm just like, you know what, fuck it. You're gonna skip it. You're gonna do the remasters. Stop puking at pixel remasters! I guess I must sprint down the list, yeah. Tado. God damn. Buddha, why do you hate pixel remasters? I want to understand. But so far, I just don't get it. I hate FF12, but I love Dao. Which one is that? Dragon Age Origins? Is that what you're talking about? Are you at least modding in the original music, or do I have to unfollow? I'm using the original music, yes. They actually... Oh, I need to talk about this. So, for the music, when I played the first game, I did have to use a mod to get the original music in, because, you know, obviously it wasn't there. However, somehow, they have come to an agreement with themselves, and there was a patch at the beginning of this year where they have, I think they like introduced something new, and while they were doing that, they were like, well, I guess we already did the music for added the original music with the fuck, with the Switch version, so I guess we just gonna add that as well and the Swiss Steam version. So yeah, the Steam versions, the Steam versions of Pixel Remasters do have the original music now too. You can just pick that in the settings. Stop telling people they're wrong by having opinions! Everyone has their own taste. I got told I was wrong on stream. No! That's what the mall means? Don't take it serious? That's not what that means. That just means, haha, I'm laughing at you because your opinion isn't valid. At least that's what I would take that as. Beans are assholes. He's plotted. Oh my god. No! I saved myself from the first one and then I failed. Oh god damn it! So, you know, one of the things I really hate about this game is Jump Plus. That should work, that'd be funny. What was I about to say? Oh! The thing I hate about this game is that they tend to put the enemies like very close to the edge of the map, so you just like walk into it and there's no way to like not get hurt. God damn it! Like over here. How do I not get hurt? And the annoying thing is that if your sword is not drawn, then you will die immediately from the enemy. Oh my god, what the fuck did you just do? Ah! Run! How did I not die? I have no idea which Final Fantasy 12. So I'm not gonna take part in this conversation. Boing. Oops. I clicked off. Ah! I was stupid. Beep beep beep. I did it again. Fuck. Listen, that doesn't tell me anything, because I do not know. I have not seen them. We will see them in time though. I promise. The time will come. Oh, you just run. Run for your life! You closed the gate for me, you fool! God damn it! Boom boom! Ah. Mama! Ooh. Mama! What the fuck am I doing? Whoa. Finally! Ah. No! Guys, look now! Look now! Look! We're waiting for something very important to happen. Very important. Very important. Look! Yay! I see a mouse, I get happy. Mouse time! Yay! 25! Why did it take me so long? Jesus. Yay! Thank you, mouse. What is your rottenness? Fish! 35? A bad credit card? What? Where the stuff? Where is coming from? Wait. What is this one? Oh, ho, ho. A mouse to all the rottenness today? Oh, you're correct. Okay. I guess I cannot be mad. Wait, is this... Did we have 10 minutes the last time I was in here? Get the hell off! Guys, you have such bad luck with the Ottoman, I swear. Yeah, I had 10 minutes last time because I misunderstood. I somehow misremembered how many levels are in the game. I thought there were 10. What? He didn't go up. We're definitely doing better now. Yeah, but I say as you die. You see, you can't say these things. My brain, it knows. It knows you're gonna say that, and then it just does worse. I need to stop screaming also. 85%! Full of rats! I'm fully... I am, you are! The rats chose you. Because the rats, they do not judge. They are always correct. Wow, 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 wow. Pew. Wait. How the fuck? How am I supposed to do this? Oh, Okay, my bad. I wasn't supposed to go this way. I just wasted my time. I wait for the day someone will roll 100. I don't think... I think I've seen like 96 at most. So... this will take a while still. I don't know why I say that. It's as if that isn't freaking random. Jesus Christ. Bang now, wanna bang bang. Ivory! 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 I will hydrate. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. Pew, pew. How are you doing, Ivory? Are you feeling better? Oh god. Hold on. I had to try to focus there. Because as you can see, my health is doing terrible. Okay. Whee! We're not going down there. Because... oh, never mind, it's fine. You're going this way to get some more health. However... yeah, this is why I said however, because I was like, wait, I might fuck this up. Okay, okay. Okay. This is more under control now. Get to drink this. Fix my health. And now we're going back. Remember, don't green the blue. You will regret that. Pew, 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 pew. No! More people to fight! You know, the funniest thing is that when I start this, when I start fighting, I like do really good, and the longer I play, the worse I do for some reason. Which doesn't make sense to me. You would think that, you know, you get used to it. Oh, fuck. What did I do? Fuck. God damn it! Did you stop blocking? It's not that easy! You don't just press up! And then just pray for the best, you know? How is it going? We have 4 more levels. Yes. E. Well, you know, with this one, this is the fourth one. So afterwards, there's just 3. Oh fuck! Oh well. Get up. Whenever he falls or like gets damaged by something falling on him, he, like just stays there for a minute. Oh god damn it! Brains! You fool! You fool! Today again, within the next 10 minutes, you had dressed her up, petting the entire 9 kittens. No! But I don't have that much brain. You know I will fail that challenge. Sorry, I keep leaving my stupid mouse on the screen. 9 hands? Hmm. Do you ever change your mouse cursor? No. Come on. What? Because I don't care. I'm used to how the cursor looks, and if the cursor looks different, I don't know. It's not like it really matters to me, I would say. I know that people like customizing their stuff. For me, I don't know. It doesn't really matter that much to me. Wait. Oh god, shit. Oh fuck. I missed one platform. Wait, not here. There's this one platform you have to step on, so that it falls and triggers a door. Well, a pressure plate. And that opens the door that you just saw. And because I skipped it, I now need to run around again. How did that happen? Oh god. I wonder. What if... I don't think this will work. I think I'm gonna die if I do it this way. Yeah, this is too high. Fuck. Mama! Ooh. Why have I fucked up? So I'll show you what I need to do. And what I should have done earlier. You go over here. You let this shit fall and then it opens the freaking gate. What a waste of time! Oh, oops. That clip was funny. What clip? Wait. Oh, I have to go up. I tried to go back to sleep. Good luck! I hope you managed to sleep. I made one of you getting stuck? Oh no. Wait, no. Just a hiss. Just a hiss. Mama! Ooh. God damn it. How? How'd I do that? Do some freaking monkey shit. Oh my god. Get the fuck up! What? I don't know how I didn't get hurt, but that's fine. No, this is too... Get the fuck up, samurai, we have a city to burn! No! Don't say that! We must reach level 12. 4. There is an even worse game to play afterwards. By the name of Snake's Revenge. Vengeance Snake? Oh god, not the Vengeance Snake. Oh, you can do this, go this way. Thank god, okay, that will save me a minute. Ah! It will save me a minute, she said. And then she realizes there's no fucking way that way. Oh my god. How much time? 30! I might have fucked this up, guys. I have 30 minutes left! We had more last time somehow? Yeah, because I fucked up! Oh my god. Like, it's still possible, but I need to, like, make sure that I'm shaving every freaking second off. Oh god. You know, the difficult thing is that you cannot have more than a quick save. I mean, you probably could, but like, I'm trying to limit my cheating. 12 minutes. Last time we had 5. Oh god. Oh, goodbye. Wait. I fucked it up, hold on. Look, whatever! Hey! Stop it! Also, if you're wondering why I'm using the menu instead of buttons, I have a tendency of pressing the wrong button, and I would probably save over my thing when I'm dead. Can you like die? Word of God. 10 minutes left, what do you mean? No! No, we need more! Stop going fucking forward. Come on. Come on. Come on. Die. Die. No. I'm gonna... Should I break? Come on. Yeah, whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Boom, 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 boom. There's no time. Fuck this. Wait, I was supposed to press that. No! I was supposed to press that. I thought it was a trap. Boing, 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 boing. What the fuck? I was pressing block, it didn't work. Can you just die? There you go. Hold on, save. No! Wait, what if? God damn it. Okay, you don't have to go up. You can somewhat cheese it. You know, the difficult part after this is that I don't know what comes after. I mean, I failed that because I didn't have enough time. I had like 2 minutes or a minute or some shit. 7 minutes! What the fu- ah! What? Are you telling me? Wait, okay, this will it took me 3 minutes to get through that one. Fine, fine, fine. Save, whatever, whatever. Now, no saving, because I don't know what the fuck. What? Wait. Ow! What the hell? Why? Why does the whole Wait, I'm stupid. Hold on. I thought- oh, okay, I thought it wouldn't load and I loaded. What? The floor is cheesecake? It is. Boing. God damn. 7 minutes. What the fuck do you mean? What do you mean? Boing 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 boing. Okay. More health. You're probably asking, hey, you're just wasting time going for that health. I know, but was there a hole in the ground? I thought that wasn't there before. Okay, there's nothing here. I'm very terrified. I have a feeling that this might be going nowhere. Oh, hello. Boing, 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 boing. So you can skip a lot of that. And fall. Oh shit. Then there's another guy. You can probably skip him too. No, you can't skip him too. Unless... Yeah, goodbye. Unless there was a plate. Oh. Okay, that's not what I wanted. Jesus. 3 minutes! Ah! I think this level won't be really all that long. The fuck? Okay, so this just opens the door, I believe. Wait. Oh, okay. So, let's go forward. I'm not gonna save for now, because as you can see, 2 minutes. We'll do this again in a second. Oh my goodness. Don't be scared, he's not coming yet. What the fuck? Why are we down? Why are we back in this shit? What the fuck? These are usually worse than whatever we have up on the, well, in the palace.
Hello, everyone.
Mr. Kendrick, hello! Okay, hold on. We have to hurry the fuck up with this. Which means jumping, not just looking at the fucking ground. We are ignoring the health. Don't need that. We need time. That's what we need. Oh my god! Wait, load is F9. Uh, 6 minutes left. Wait. Did I say you can skip this guy? I just heard my sister sneeze. Oh! Oh my god! I'm panicking. We don't have time for fucking it up. Okay, yeah, I hurt my head, whatever. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Can you, like, not fall? It would be nice. Meh, can't. Which is a shame. I wonder how many deaths were there exactly? Someone, if, well... You guys would have be really bored to take count. You can skip that guy, but I'm not sure if it's actually as easy as I thought. Maybe I should just ignore that. What here? Wait. Oh, I'm stupid. I was checking the wrong plate. Polish mode, why are you doing this to me? Wait, I clicked the wrong thing. Boże! Boże, trzymaj mnie! To jest straszne. O Boże, życie jest nowe. No, no wstawaj! O mój Boże. Luśniem, bo uśniem. Albo umrzemy w przepaści, w czeluści najgorszej, piekielnej. Nie wiem, o czym mówię w sumie. O nie, dobra, już wiem. Już wiem. Już wiem. Przypomniało mi się, że tutaj w sumie byłam ostatnim razem. Że tu w sumie byłam ostatnim razem. I nie potrafiłam wykombinować, dlaczego te głupie drzwi mi się zamykają. I teraz już wiem. Teraz już wiem. Teraz już wiem. Nie! Wielkie wrota otwierały się i zamykały, otwierały się i zamykały. Fuck. Czy ty możesz nie spadać? Nie możesz nie spadać, dobrze wiedzieć. O mój Boże! Obsram się. Nie to. Nie to. O chuj, nie to. Cofnij, cofnij. Boże. Oh mój Boże. Okay, Polish mode is over. Hold on, I need to take a deep breath. Because I keep fucking it up. Like, really badly. And it's not even the fact that I don't know what to do. Quite the contrary. I know what to do. But I'm panicking and I'm failing. Because I have 4 minutes left or some shit. And I don't even know if it's possible to finish the game now. With that, in that amount of time. Oh my... Wait, I pressed control instead of shift. Jesus. I don't wanna die. Yes, fall down. Goodbye. Quick save. Boing boing. Bing bong, help me. Stop it. What do you mean 3 minutes left? Guys, I have a bad feeling about this. Why a terrible feeling about this? Like, this is not even that long of a level. And I think the next one's probably more difficult. So, I might have just fucked it up. And I don't want to blame, you know, that one mistake in the other level, where I... missed the plate. God damn it. But... you know, the time that I've wasted over there would have... might have been crucial for this. I think this is it? Yes, okay. Come on! Stop wasting your fucking time! Oh my god. What? Wait, what? Oh! Guys! The quick load has lied to me. The time... it doesn't matter. I lied to myself. I fooled myself. So you see this ticking down shit, right? So if I load my save... Wait, now it's 2 minutes left. This timer doesn't make fucking sense. Yeah, it's a glitch. It's a glitch. Why did you just type it like that? Okay, so there's a glitch in the save system. So even if you save something, it might just keep counting down. How many times? Yeah, there's no way. How many times before this glitch? I have no idea. I never noticed. There's literally one level left. And I don't have the time. See, sometimes it's 2 minutes, sometimes it's whatever. I might just have to start over. Because I don't think this is salvageable. Not with 2 minutes. But, the least I could do is try to at least... Oh my god. Please load when stop freaking ticking. You know, that explains why we suddenly went from like 35 minutes to 15. But yeah, I'm just gonna try and like look around for what the heck the next level is. And next time just fire DOSBox? No! 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 DOSBox doesn't have saves at all! That doesn't change anything. I could just not use saves in here. But man, what the fuck? Stop counting down. Stop counting down. You know what? I just accept this as karma for cheating in the game because I should have used saves in the first place. Yes, just... No, mama. Mama. Ooh. I meant to jump. I didn't jump. Can I? What the fuck is this? Quick save time penalty! I think that's on purpose! I think that's on purpose! Sorry for flashing, I'm just trying to like get to a state where I have more than 25 seconds. Because sometimes it's low, it loads and there's more. What the fuck? Can you like... Mama, ooh, I don't wanna die. Turns out the glitch was not doing that. Yeah, I guess so. Wait, what? You can like if you run into that it's bad, but if you like start walking and then that's fine? Question mark? What? Well, the thing we learned is that oh fuck. I'm guessing I'm supposed to, well, I can save after difficult, you know, for something. Oh, come on. Stop it! I can save after like annoying part just to not have to do it all over again, but it just, the time will keep going. Which, you know, is still like better than not having saves at all. But I wish I knew that earlier. I thought the bones were gonna get up. No, wait, I'm not done. Guys, do we just start over, or do we try to check a little bit more of the level? Oh no, there's not much I can do, you know, this time, but... Save. Damn it! Stop it! Oh my god. Maybe you'll check out a little bit of Snake's Revenge. You know what? Fair. Yeah, we can go there, so we can be like, wow, it truly is the worst game. No! Okay, fine. We go for Snake's Revenge. Oh god. And then we'll be back. I swear to god. You know, if I knew that this was happening, I would have use the saves like more often instead of, you know, trying to do the same part over and over again to maybe finish it in less time. One of the Metal Gears ever made, exactly. Oh my god. What a time. Be alive. Sorry for the delay. I'm starting now. Open. Do you wish to continue? Can you show up in OBS? Okay. I guess I need a different view, screen size. Okay, that's good. You can't hear it. And also, I don't know what buttons I need to use. Hold on. Select. Start. Okay, here we go. Reset. Set. Force start.
Lieutenant Snake received information from our intelligence at the enemy base. They have a weapon. It is a Metal Gear which you destroyed 3 years ago. Go to the enemy base with 2 men. The pilot knows the route. John Turner, in the Navy's Info Center for 6 years, is an infiltration pro. Nick Mayer, a Marine, is an explosive disposal and weapons expert. Lieutenant Solid Snake is a martial arts expert. He destroyed Metal Gear 1 and is the Operation 747 leader.
That doesn't even look like Snake. What the fuck? Who is this? What? Oh my god, what the fuck is this?
Snake, the purpose of your mission is to infiltrate the enemy stronghold. You must collect information from your co-workers.
Where's Luke? We are taking a little break from Luke Skywalker. What the fuck is this? What? Oh, I hate this already. I hate this. I just started and I want to throw the shit out the window. Nice equipment. I really like this equipment. You know how this game led to Kojima making the real Metal Gear 2? I'm glad he was like, wow, this is so shit, I can't believe this. Met one of the devs on the train and he told Kojima, you know, you should make a real sequel, and he did. Well, good. What the fuck is this? I hate this. I hate this so much. What do you mean game over? Imagine that Metal Gear Solid would never have happened. Jesus. Okay, hold on. Jennifer? Wait, hold on. Eek.
Lieutenant, be careful of the enemy's gyrocopter.
Nick is ghosting me. Jennifer! The fuck is this? What the fuck are the gyrocopter? Copters, yes. Do they also have like 1 pixel line of sight?
Snake, I have bad news for you. You ended in the enemy's airspace. We can't help you anymore.
What do you mean airspace? I'm on the ground!
See you at the meeting point after the military operation is over. Good luck.
You did nothing! You have not helped me at all! What are you talking about? Yes, you already told me that. I'm trying to... Oh my god. I hate this. I hate everything. I hate my life. I hate everything. Yes, I know. Okay, this is stupid. This is shit. What the fuck is this? This is bullshit. So the way you have Snake's Revenge to thank for Hideo Kojima's whole career. Oh my god. Thank you Hideo Kojima for seeing this and hating this just as much as we do. If the game never came out in Japan, I wonder why. I got rations. John! Don't ghost me, John. I'm fighting cars. What the fuck? Are you telling me this is an optional route? Ew! Save state. Quick save. I hate my life. And then he got to work on Metal Gear 2 because it just came out.
What the fuck is this? I hate this game. I hate this game.
You might complain. You'd be like, why? Why do you hate this? Like, you're bad. Yes, I'm bad. Doesn't change the fact this game is shit! What the fuck?
Thanks for your help.
The sprites are too big. Would you say this is better or worse than the NES Metal Gear? What do you mean? You know what? I don't know. Because I have not played the NES Metal Gear. I've watched it. I don't remember anything about it though. I'll be honest with you. I so much forgot about it. I thought that this was the NES Metal Gear. I was this much in denial. A sequel to a port. Thanks for your help. I hate this. Which means we are technically playing this out of order because I forgot about the NES and Metal Gear. I hate everything about this game. Wait, this one also lets you spam rations? That's nice. Bows. Should play zombies, ate my neighbors. Metal Gear NES is worse? Oh, Jesus. I don't want to play this. The controls are like all over the place. I keep pressing wrong buttons. You know, I'm sorry to every child who got this game. I'm gonna shit. Fuck it, I'm just running.
Thanks for your help.
I fell asleep. Yeah, I don't blame you. I mean, look at this shit. Oh, we found a building. Open up! You don't have a key card, do we? How the fuck? I don't know how to close the freaking menu. Oh, return! Oh my god. I tried looking for buttons. I was like, what the fuck? How do you go back? And there's a return button. And I didn't notice. This game is not real. You are only imagining it. What is this? I got ammunition. Are you okay? Hide at the main gate to receive information. Hide, you say? How do I do that? I'm already imagining a Polish robot girl who lives in my computer. Nothing. They're not helping me. They give up. They give up. They don't like me anymore. You know, I'm blaming part of this on the fact that my patience is you know, is being tested by the other game right now. Frigging Prince of Persia bullshit save system. Or rather, you know, my misunderstanding of how it works. I should say. I don't understand. I'm finding these big broccolis. I'm cutting them up. I'm chopping them. Whoop whoop whoop. What do they mean hide at the main gate? What the fuck? This is not Snake. This is a bullshit version of Rambo. Evil brother. We're not playing this. We're not playing this. We're not playing this. Fuck this. Fuck this game. I'd rather play freaking Prince of Persia all over again. This is where I'm at right now. Next game is FF3. No, because I don't have it. Coming back to a battered wife? What the fuck? Oh god. Guys, we are back. Pain, suffering. Oh, I'm sorry. I forgot I changed the source. When I passed out, you were close to the end. Ha ha. You see, a funny thing happened. A funny thing happened called save. What's the word? Quick save penalty. So this game, well, this version of the game, you find your quick save. I did not. However, what I did was I misunderstood how the saves work. So, the thing is that if you save, the game doesn't actually, like, maintain your, the save, the time that she's left for you. If you have... Hold on, I'm trying. Oh, my brain's very slow. This version has this feature. Just turn that setting off. No! We will turn it off if I get to the end. I don't know what I'm saying. Okay, I need to explain the setting first. So, by default, the game has a setting that if you can use quick saves, but they will not actually like they will the time you have left for the game, they will not persist between the saves. Like, you have an hour, and even if you save and you load, like, the time still has passed. So the saves are more for like saving you the trouble of like repeating a difficult part a couple of times, but they did not like give you additional time. So What I've been doing is I've been fucking it up. They punished you for cheating? Sort of, yes. The potion. I know about the potion. But I'm just gonna go for the other one. Okay, let me look at this real quick. What the fuck am I? Oh, over there, okay. My goodness. I appreciate this game more after playing the other one. What do you mean 55 minutes left? Has there really been 5 minutes already? Question mark? Yeah, I'm also questioning myself. Wait, wrong way. This way is faster. Because we get to skip an enemy. This is what I get for not saving. See, you know, I made all of that talk and then I fucked up anyway. Because I forgot to save at all. Stop it! They gave the piece of sword? I don't know. I mean, he did though. We found the sword in the prison. I'm a fake fan. Oh my god. I gotta look in. But I gotta be saving more often. If I don't want to, you know, have the same issue I had last time. Boom. What the fuck does Yorkie mean? You're not even typing it correctly. I'm hydrating. My goodness. Beep beep beep. Meow meow. Beep 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 beep. Meow. Faster! Faster! What? This way. Wait, are you sure this way? What am I doing? Oh yeah, this way. Never mind. Don't listen to me, I'm losing my mind. You're gonna perish. Bong. Remember? What? Would you do that? Why would you do that? I need that save. Well, my time is gonna run out. Oh my god. What the fuck are you doing? Mama. However, I have made up my mind. We have to finish this game today. Maybe. I don't know. Open. 50-hour stream marathon, you're being mean. Stop scaring me with the time game. I know. I know that time is shit. Gotta go faster, faster. Roger, help me. Gotta go faster. But I can. Because the chat is being mean. Fuck it. Restart the game. Get up! You have to do. What are you gonna do? How far have you gotten? I see you're saying play Metal Gear. On the thumbnail earlier, you came back to Prince of Persia. Yeah, I hate that game. I don't know, man. I furthest have gotten. I got to the last level, but I had 1 minute left. Because I misunderstood how the save file saving system works in this version. So, you know, I thought that, you know, if last level is 12 and yeah. You know, I thought that if I saved a game and say I die, you know, okay, I'm misplaying things out of order. So say I imagine I saved the game while having like, I don't know, 15 minutes on the clock. You know, so I thought, okay, so I'm gonna save now, and if I fail doing the level within, you know, like 5 minutes or so, I'm just gonna load the game, right? And I'll try to do it faster. Ah, well, you see, I was wrong. Because turns out that there is a quick save penalty. So if you oh fuck. So if you do it that way, and you load, you will not have your 50 minutes back. You will be down to whatever time you had by the time you know, you loaded. So, yeah, I thought that was the case, you know, you asked about it, but you know, I was pretty sure that it wasn't the case. Also, hi Higa! Shakes my head, couldn't beat the final level in 1 minute. So yeah, god damn it. So yeah, I'm forced to do it over again. Yes, I'm forced to do it all over again and just use the saves differently. So I'm just gonna keep saving after, like, you know, every difficult part, so that in case I fail, I just don't have to repeat it instead. Oh my god. I said that and then I didn't save after going up, but you know, to be honest, it wasn't difficult. That was just me being silly. You said do quick saves right this time then? I didn't. I figured, you know what, we're gonna use this challenge because now we are aware of it. So instead, I'm just gonna use more saves. Instead of trying to, you know, cheat the system and trying to get more time. You're gonna honor the time limitation, but we're just gonna save more to, you know, to make up for it. You might be thinking, wow, that makes no sense. And maybe you're correct, I don't know. I don't know anymore. The game cover was drawn by Polish artists? I didn't know. That's nice because I really like that cover. I used the original... Wait, fuck. Use the original DOS version save system to cheese the timer. Ah. Wait, so I was wrong. There was... Oh. Yeah. So... You know, I'm fine with the time limit, I guess. On this I can just use the saves to do what I would do initially anyway, which is, you know, try and avoid having to like repeat fights and shit. Mama. Dun, 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 dun. Okay, over here to get health. I've always admitted that just how good this game looks. I know, right? Like, compared to the freaking NES game that we just played a minute ago, this is pretty nice. The save is only available from level 3 onwards. That makes sense, to be honest. Because technically speaking, you don't really need it before. Oh, I didn't shift. Oh, I'm such a fool. Restart! I will not compare it to NES games. Well, yeah, fair. I can't believe Snake's Revenge was so bad, it made you go back to Prince of Persia of all things. Hello, Joxer! Yeah, it really wasn't good. I'm just gonna like keep running and pressing the save button, so in case I die, I lose the minimal amount of progress. No, what are you doing? Case in point. That burned my eye, I'm sorry. I know it does that. Nobody cared about epilepsy or healthy eyesight in the 90s. Wait. Okay, no, fine. I confused the levels. Oops. I keep pressing F10 instead of F2. F9. F2. I have a legitimate problem naming a single NES game I've enjoyed playing, and it's not much better as SNES. Fair. I think the annoying part about a lot of these games was the fact that it's very easy to lose, and you just don't have freaking save files, and you end up playing the same shit over and over again. And it gets old very quickly. Go! Stop jumping. What? That was generally a purposeful design to hide that the games didn't have content. I mean, yes, but it doesn't change the fact that it just isn't very, you know, entertaining to play that. See, you know, case in point, this freaking Snake Revenge game, you don't even have a continue. You would hate to see how I play games then? I don't judge you, I'm just saying that it's not fun for me. You do whatever you wanna do. Like, I don't really... Like, I don't know, it's different watching somebody play and playing themselves. It's such a shame that the PC Engine wasn't very popular in the West. It had so many good games in the 80s and 90s. Shame. It was a good man. Ah. Whee. Whoops. God damn it. Stop throwing me down. Actually, and now that reminds me that technically NES did have Well, this did have a save system, but only if you had the freaking floppy disk extension. And I don't think it was in all games. Unless I might be wrong. I don't know if I'm even like quoting the correct thing anymore. My brain is confused. Oh shit, I didn't save afterwards. I can feel the impatience. I'm so sorry. Yeah, they had battery saves like Zelda. What am I confusing it with then? I pressed shift. Why did it save? And did the Famicom disk system? Yeah, okay. Yeah, but the floppy did also like give you some saves. Also, I watched a video recently about the wait shit, I keep forgetting. I watched a video about the Famicom disk system and the fact that if you had like you know, an empty floppy disk, you could just go to a kiosk and pay like a little price to get a game recorded into your freaking floppy, and you can just use that on your freaking in your console. Like, what the heck? That's so innovative. I say as I fall down to my death. Writable Super Famicom cartridges. Yeah, I think, you know, also the fact that I might be wrong on the time now. But you know, come on, what are you doing? The disk system for the Famicom, it was released in what was it, 90 or something? And they kept the technical, you know, they kept like a support for that thing until like 2007 or something. Can you imagine these days? These days it's like, oh, your console is old? Well, fuck you. Good luck. It's broken? Oh, I'm sorry. Well, get a new one, bozo. Like, wow. Why is everything getting worse? I mean, I know why, this is a rhetorical question, but you know, it's like sad when you think about it. Ambers does gaming rig, look what they need to do to make a fraction of your power. Yeah, spend more money. But yeah, just, you know, I was just thinking about this, how in like 80s, 90s, they had these kiosks to freaking let you use your own freaking floppy drives. I mean, this was an innovation because apparently they had trouble manufacturing the cartridges. Like they were like they didn't have the materials and shit. So instead they were like, well, floppies are ubiquitous. They're everywhere. We can just use those. So they did, and then yeah, I think that's really cool. And then they kept the technical support for that thing for so long, and I'm just like, wow, god damn it, why couldn't you know, the state of the world continue at that pace? Like, imagine where we would be if innovation wasn't stopped by freaking money hungry people. Oops. The SNES of this game is also 2 hours, two times as long. I saw it, how it looks, and I'm very curious about it. I don't think I want to play it myself, but I'm really curious about why it's like so different. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry if I'm being a very terrible at expressing my thoughts right now. The concept of porting back, well then was just let's write the whole game from scratch. Yeah. Last Super Famicom came out in 2000? Ooh. Do I look like somebody who can concentrate? What did they do Ultima 7 that makes me go ah? You have to tell me. I'm very curious now. Guys, see, I did this the first time now. The first try, and it took me so long. All the times before. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Devil Guy, thank you for the follow. I was expecting you to fall in that pit with the skeleton. I was wondering that's gonna happen. In Ultima 7 you could cook bread? What? So the SNES couldn't run Ultima 7. So what they did is use the game's assets to make... Oh. Oh, the fuck? They use Zelda assets for that? Oh god. I didn't save, I was so enthralled by this information. No! Hey, tell me, why didn't I save by the time I got to the ocean? Ultima asked us to make a really bad Zelda-like game. Why do I... Runes of Virtue? It's a video game.
God damn it.
Bom bom bom. Riff.
Ah, shit.
Why? With hammers? Like in Mario? Ah! Do-do-do. Every 5 port of Ultima 5, I think, except that because they ported a mouse-driven game to a console, the user experience is so bad the game can be used as a torture interrogation tool. Jesus Christ! Oh my god, like in the hardware store. Diablo had a PS1 port? He's my clone. The ruins of virtue games don't exist as far as I care. Understandable. Have a good day. Are you still using the map? Yes. I mean, for these levels, I didn't use them for the ones I haven't seen. Why did I do that? Ah! It splashed on the floor. Why did I press that? I wasn't dying yet. I have no idea what Sticky is. That's a deck is a list. But were they round or were they triangle? Is a good question. Or rather, a real question. Wait. "42 minutes left." Okay, I was like, Bulk. Okay, this is the really short level. I say as I run to spikes. God damn it. Okay, me, stop being stupid. You're not making it short when you're freaking dying on shit. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Fuck you. Yeah, whatever. Thunk. Good soundtrack. Ow. The quick save system is kinda just a sense of time rewind thing. Yeah, to be honest, yeah, the way I'm using it exactly. Jesus Christ, how did you make such a good comparison? Sorry, you just broke my mind with that. Can you just die? Instead of being an annoying prick. Prince of head injury. I am Prince of brain. A lack of. Oh, he's the Prince of pain, painful. Hey, the same guy wrote Sons of Times, that's canon? Oh! You know what? Sure. At least I don't feel bad about cheating now. Because the game cheated me. Well, cheat system cheated me would be more... Ah, god damn it! Fuck. Here I'm being stupid. One HP in a dream, exactly. It was good enough. What the fuck? Why do I do stuff that I do? I'm like a freaking factory of shit clips. something. I don't know what I'm saying. Yes, we need more. What the fuck? Why did I... I load and subsave. He suffers for amusement. I hope you're appreciating it. I have a feeling that the system is cheating me too. Because I don't see how I spent 10 minutes in this level. But maybe I cannot count. Oh. What? It's the mouse level. Wait, where am I? Yes, this way, okay. Stop it! Do 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 do. I'm still upset about how I missed the freaking pressure plate in that other spot. Because if it wasn't for that, I probably would be done. Because I kept freaking loading to maybe make up for it, and I kept freaking dying, and then everything went to shit. I barely just did. Do you guys want to see the map of last two levels? I mean, after I'm done, not now. I smelled. How did you know? You can't just say that. Yeah, it's always here. Bing, bing, bing. I don't know if that really counts. Prince of Sura, Prince of Pain. Hi, Jen. Beam, beam. Beam, beam. Dead. I hope you are enjoying the blood. How the fuck did I do that? No. Mouse, help me. me, help me, help me, help me, help me, help me. Thank you. Overconfidence is a slow and insidious killer. That's why you have to be not confident at all. What am I saying? I would say not, but sure. You sound like you're enjoying this about as much as anyone I ever see playing it. Yeah, that's just this game. You know what quote comes from? What quote? Overconfidence is slow and serious killer? No, I don't actually. That would. I just remembered this is where I lost all of my freaking time. Listen, this fucking thing, this shit over here. I would have finished the game if I didn't forget to go over here. Guys, I did draw the map for myself, right? Right?
And I forgot it anyway!
Because yes, listen, I had half an hour in this spot. And then I kept fucking up and I was like, oh no, I need to load. And it just kept going worse. I don't know Darkest Dungeon. I am a fool, I don't know anything about anything. What? 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 I think I know why I failed last time. I failed to do the plate last time. Because over here, I drew myself the wrong, a wrong map, and then I guess I just like tried to skip whatever the fuck I did. And yeah, and then I forgot about the pressure plate. No! Whoa. That was pretty good if I say so myself. Oh, Jesus. Whee. Mario? That's Luigi! You have to channel Luigi. Only then will you truly understand. Vanya! I keep dying. The point, pain, it never goes away. Come on. I don't wanna die. I know some remedy against that. I'm scared. What the fuck? I. Hey, how did I do this again? This in the same exact spot. Oh god. Well, you can never, mamma me. Why do you neo dot dot dot? Why the ellipses? No! I already did that last time. I know what it does. I did that on Tuesday when I played this. Snap, snap. Snap, snap. You know what? Oh my god, he looks like he's carrying like a thunder or something, a lightning. What I wanted to say is that the way the prince runs, it reminds me of Shaggy from Scooby-Doo.
My God, what are you doing?
I wish I knew.
Stop!
Okay. Level 10, I believe? There's a Fuzzer running, but Scooby-Doo! No! Oh my god. What do you want me to do, though? How do I do that? I mean, he's already Scooby-Doo! Yeah, I need to definitely change the redeem. For a long time people like weren't really using it often, so it was fine, but it has changed recently. Like, it will be fine. If it wasn't for the fact that it's being redeemed way too often recently. A couple of times during a stream. Couple of times, rather. Jesus. Everything is breaking. Oh, right. Vanya, how do I do that? How do you want me to draw that? Because like he already runs like Scooby-Doo, so I'm not really sure what I'm supposed to do here. Well, he runs like Shaggy and like Scooby-Doo. I don't know. Hold on, we're gonna do something. Cancel Fed Robert. Oh god. Hold on. Where are my rewards? Hold on. Where is the what I pressed the wrong button. Requests. Now she has to draw the last drawing being cancelled. No, I'm just gonna I'm just gonna refund both. Hold on. And speaking of requests, I need to complete all of that. Trying to get a Google Docky, Trav, and Twitter doc. Jesus. I also stopped the paint doodles because I feel like I've done more harm than good. No, I don't have to stop. Is Sekiro, this is the real game where we need to become a god of sword. Who needs to play Dark Souls? Play Prince of Persia. Guys, we need to check the map for this level because we already finished it. So we can see... Wait, actually, I'm stupid. I don't need to check the map for this level. I mean, I can see where the freaking health thing is. I am stupid. Prince of Persia, the Dark Souls of Persia. I somehow misread that as something that didn't make any sense. Fish! I love this sound effect. "21 minutes. Well, last time I had 5, so... or 6 or something, I don't remember. So... cannot complain, really. Oh, fuck this. Boom. 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 Dooba-dooba-doo. Oopsie. Sekiro. There's cool enemies. Keep the routes in this I never considered. See, you would think that it's a cool skipping enemy route, but however, you have to skip that. You have to do it that way. Otherwise, you're gonna. Whoops. You will be unable to open the door. Because you need those freaking plates to block the freaking button from being from you being able to trigger that. Otherwise, you will close the gate for yourself, and you won't be able to go forward. Did you get the guy and then the place? Oh, well, I mean, fair. I didn't think of that, honestly. I remember when I was here and I had 3 minutes left. Look, we have 18. Wow. Truly feels like a miracle. Look, she's not standing on this side now. I think all of these cutscenes depends on how much time you have left. How far did you get in the final level? I'll tell you when we get there. Because it's difficult to say for me. I think this is where I got, and then I ran out of time. Or maybe even here, I don't know. Doesn't matter really. All in all, I'll run out of time. Ah. Doobie doobie doobie. Whoa. Why are we underground again? My question. What the fuck? What? Oh no, I know where this is going. This shit built like Castlevania. Boing. At least Draco's castle is magical. The sword is gone. Ooh. There is this. There's this bitch. What? I thought you were supposed to hide the sword to win with this bitch. Yeah, what the fuck? Wait, what? So you know, I know how people say to fight this, but I don't get it. Oh. Oh, you press the bottom! Ugh. You press down arrow to hide the sword. I never knew that. Ah, epilepsy! I thought it was the coolest thing. It is the coolest thing. Also, what the fuck? Where am I supposed to go now? Well, not this way. What the fuck? You get an extra health from when the Shadow Prince Slaughter upgrade? Did I though? Because I didn't let him drink that. I just skipped it. Boing. You must. Well, canonically, yes. "13 minutes. Oh, look at this bitch. Ooh. Whoa, what the fuck? He's pretty tough. Ah, fuck you. Would that be awesome? To win the fight just to fall to our death? Whee! Sorry, I was just like, what if there was something cool on the other side? Oh, we're here! In the level where the clone didn't let us pass. I believe I can fly. What the fuck? Why are there two gates? No. Oh, never mind. It's a different place. This is a different place. Look at the mouse. Eat my feet. Gonna bite your ankles. The tyrant Jafar lies dead, his power shattered. Throughout the land, the people of Persia hail their princes and the brave youth who save her from the forces of darkness. No longer a stranger, he shall from this day forth be known as Prince of Persia. Shit. Alright. I think Disney was too overmastered with this game if they included Jafar. Probably. Didn't know, I thought as a joke that he's called Jafar, but of course he wouldn't be. Oh man. Do-do-do-do. Do-do-do-do. No! Yeah. Hey, look. Hey, look. 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 Look what we have here. Look what I have here. We have here. We have here. Na 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 na. Oh, you cannot see. Na 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 na. Na 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 na. Completed. 14, 11. Oh, you cannot see still. Mama mama. Mama mama. Mama mama. 14. 11, 2025. I have no idea how many hours it took me. We'll have to check on, like, took the VODs. Do you like my spreadsheet? So, this shit, apparently I've watched this. And I have no memory of it. I see Prince of Bear 2 down the line? Yes. Yes. So, as you see, you're gonna play Mario is Missing? Yeah. So you see the next game? Hold on. Let me change the category real quick so we don't add another minute so I can just come later. Next game is supposed to be Final Fantasy 3 because this shit, we know. I'm just gonna watch that on YouTube again because I don't care. Yeah, the next one is supposed to be Final Fantasy 3, but you know, and we're waiting for a sale. And then there's Metal Gear 2. So, which FF3 version are you playing? What do you mean? What version? What version are there? Skipping the best Metal Gear game. We played it today for like 5 minutes, and I was like, I don't want to play this anymore. This 3D Pixel Remaster. Yeah, I'm playing the Pixel Remaster because it's the closest to the original, but I don't have to do the freaking grinding. I don't have the brain for that. I don't have the patience for grind. And yeah, so I guess this kind of made me sad because if I had FF3 right now, I could play FF3, then Metal Gear 2, then 4, and then like have these things in between and just kind of be going with time. But because I have to skip this game, I'm just thinking of maybe just playing something else until the sale, but that's still like a month away, and then we can play these in the order we see. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Still thinking about it. Because yeah. On one hand, I could just go all of this, and then but I don't want to play Final Fantasy back to back. You understand? Because that is a long game, and I'm gonna get tired, and that's usually the way it's for me. If I have to play these kinds of games back to back, I usually just drop them. Like I will finish the first one, then I will play like through the half of the other one, and then I will drop it because I just don't have the patience anymore, and then I will get back to it in like 5 years and I will start over. Having a buffer between big RPGs, yeah, exactly. No, I'm not putting Five Nights at Freddy's. So I don't know. We could just go play arena or something. Or just go straight to Tomb Raider 3. Technically. But I don't know. Did you win? I won! I won! Yay! I won and my brain is tired and but I have the satisfaction, I guess. You prince all over Persia. Well, that's something. I'll have to go back to see that. Guys, do you want to see more? Because this is priority 4, as you can see. All of this is priority 4 and 5. Technically speaking, there's more. Technically speaking, there's more. There's more. I have priority 1. All of this. I got a spreadsheet. I'm very curious to see how the Unreal Run goes for you. Don't have the strength to touch it. I played it once already, so I'm somewhat like ready. But yeah. Or we could play Castle Wolfenstein. Until then, we can add priority 3. But yeah, there's other stuff like King's Quest. I'm not playing King's Quest on stream, despite what this says. I'm gonna play it off stream, I'm just gonna record it, and I'm gonna make a video about it, because I think this is gonna be too painful to stream. Is it going to be the Wolfenstein 3D? No, it's going to be the 2D one, the very cursed one, the one that has like 10 freaking buttons for control, for just directions. But yeah, I already had planned to play this one time, but I couldn't find it in a working state, and then I realized that, oh well, technically speaking, this thing is, you can play that in a browser online. So yeah, I'm gonna prepare some stuff, and I'm gonna post options in the Discord if you guys would like to if you haven't joined yet and you would like to maybe have some input into that later. But yeah, I'm just gonna like prepare a list for what I'm planning for the next month, and then we can figure out how to move forward with that, so that we can fill the time until the winter sale. You're back from your birthday party? Welcome back! How was the birthday party? Did you have fun? We, in the meantime, were suffering. I mean, I was suffering, I don't know. I hope nobody else was suffering. I hope you were spared. Did I? Wait. I didn't send the going live notification on Twitter. I didn't press send, I just left it open. I left the editor open. Oh well. Other people want to celebrate my birthday more than I want? Oh, I understand. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, that's just how it is sometimes. It's just... I prefer skipping birthdays too, usually. I'm like, yeah, I'm just... You can just like get good food and that's it. I'm just gonna make it a normal day, really. And I don't need a party. I don't really enjoy parties all that much. But yeah. Despite everything, I hope at least you had a pleasant time and maybe you had something nice to eat. But, for now, I'm just gonna hold on. I'm gonna check if there's someone could raid. Lum lum. And then I'm gonna go to bed. What the heck? I need to refresh Twitch. It's showing me streams that have ended. Ooh. How's your new dog? Are they getting more used to living with you? She is pretty chill. Although, how do I... She's like, she still doesn't want to be touched. So, it's... And also she is afraid of stairs, which is a big problem for us. Because, you know, all of the sleeping rooms are upstairs. And she will not go up on her own. And because she doesn't want to be touched, you can't just, you know, pick her up and just take her there. My sister did that one time, but and then she was too afraid to go down again. So I was like, yeah, okay, this won't work. This won't work because we will have to like stress her every time we want to get her up or down. So it doesn't make sense. So for now, you know, and the difficult part is that I think I mentioned this, I'm sorry if I'm like repeating it again, but she will not sleep without my other dog. If she is left without my other dog, she will just like whine by the stairs and like bark and howl. So my other dog has to stay with her for the night, and the other dog of mine, she won't sleep without a human next to her because she's a little baby like that, and she will whine a lot and just cry and be like, I want to go into your room. Because my other dog is, she's like, her brain is a little bit not in there, so she's kind of underdeveloped. So yeah, she's like, yeah, I want to be in a human. So because of the dynamics being complicated, we have had to take turns sleeping on the couch downstairs. So that the dogs are together, and so that they sleep normally and they don't bark or howl through the night. And oh god, it's difficult. Yes. I had to. I slept on the couch on the night from Sunday to Monday. And that night I had like 2 hours of sleep, which was terrible. I just couldn't fall asleep. I couldn't. I was so uncomfortable over there, and I just like I had a feeling that I'm gonna kick her because she will lay on the end of the couch. Sometimes she will go to the dog bed, but sometimes she would be on the couch. I'm like, if I move my legs too quickly, I might like kick her by accident. So I'm like, I don't think I will, because like it's not like my legs are 2 meters long, but if she moves herself closer to me, then I might kick her by accident, you know? And I was like, I kept having that thought at the back of my head, and that's why I just couldn't fall asleep. And I only like fell asleep very early in the morning when everyone already left for work. And then I also had to sleep there today, well, yesterday. So yesterday I was just I was up till 2 a.m. I was reading a book, trying to like get my eyes tired to fall asleep earlier, more easily. And well, easier, I suppose. And it was still difficult, but at least I slept afterwards, so it wasn't that bad. I think my dad is sleeping downstairs today, I'm not sure. But yeah, it's difficult. And also, I have finished Prince of Persia, yes. And also because we have people, you know, people sleeping downstairs now. If I'm streaming and I'm being loud, I'll have people coming in and being like, "Shut up, you're screaming," and they're like, "Oh," I'm like, "Oh, sorry, I forgot that you can hear it downstairs." They cannot hear it from like the other rooms because there's, you know, there's more doors and furniture, and if it's just stairs, then they can hear. So yeah, they'd be like, I have had my mother enter my room like 3 times and being like, "You're loud. Please stop screaming." I'm like, "Oh." You know, on one hand, I shouldn't be that loud. On the other, it's like sometimes it's difficult because, you know, you're like playing game and it's something unexpected happens and you do that without noticing. Like, you know, it's like not really something you have planned. So yeah, I need to be better, a little bit more quiet. But it also reminds me of how when I first started streaming, I wasn't loud at all when I talked on stream, because I was very self-conscious and I was very shy. So I would whenever I would stream, first of all, I would be very anxious. So I would be like repeating myself all the time, and I would mumble, and I wouldn't know what the heck is happening. And as I was thinking about it, some nights ago, you know, I was thinking about how my mother came into my room to tell me I'm too loud, and I was like, heck, this would have never happened like 2-3 years ago when I started, because I wasn't really all that comfortable streaming. I would stream for like 2 hours and I would be ready to end. And even if when I got more of that stamina, I still would be pretty awkward when it comes to just interacting with people sometimes, because I just didn't know what to say. And now I'm more used to it. Now I'm just like, you will type something in the chat and I'm like, yeah, okay, we can talk about the thing, which, you know, it's not a problem. You're pretty cool, thank you. And now I just thought about how much it has changed for me. It's not a problem for me to just, you know, speak to people and just stream for many hours. And I don't know, it's more fun than being a stress, a source of stress for me. And in a way, I feel like I have succeeded, because the main reason why I started streaming to begin with, other than, you know, having my list of games, because I was still playing those before I started streaming. That's why, as mentioned, I played Arena in 2015. It was just going, all of that was just going very slow. And I figured streaming will make it faster, because I can at least just chat while going through some of those games that I find difficult to play on my own. But the main reason why I started is that I thought that if I can be more anonymous which is why I picked, you know, VTubing. And maybe it would be less scary to talk to people, because, you know, people always tell you, oh, why are you so scared? You just go outside and you just talk to people, and, you know, you'll find friends and all of that. It's like, it's not that easy for everybody. Sometimes, you know, like I did go to school and to university, and I had like a job, and I never really got all that comfortable with people to just be able to talk to them about anything, about, you know, just being casual. So I thought, you know, I just unless I already know a person for a while, I'm not able to really be like open and just chat about anything. It's actually incredibly difficult. I think so too, yeah. And, you know, like for my family, it's easy to talk because both of my parents are extroverts, and I'm like the freaking opposite spectrum, opposite on the spectrum, and it's getting better slowly. I feel like you can move, you know, you can move on the spectrum a little bit. You don't have to always be like, oh, you are minus 100% in the, you know, into the introversion. I feel like you can move with time. So I feel like I'm being a bit more. It's a bit more easier for me to just talk. A bit more easier. What do I say? Why do I say these things? I'm a lot better, but I sure wish I had these skills 10 years ago. Yeah, I'm pretty same. Pretty same? Me too. God damn it. It's pretty normal. You need to trust people before opening yourself. Yeah. But sometimes it's like, if you don't talk to a lot of people, it's very difficult to just know how to be able to, you know, just have a normal like chat, because for a lot of us people who like have found friends on the internet, we found friends because we already had a shared interest. So, you know, I don't know, you just like video games, or like maybe you are an artist, so you found other artist friends. It's like, yeah, you just, you know what to talk about. Excuse me. But yeah, if you were like, just you found you met a random person, and you know nothing about them, and you would like to, like, you know, just have a conversation. It's like, how do you hold that conversation? How are you you're supposed to be casual about it? How do you do it? I always feel like it's very difficult. Chatting with normies is hard. Most people don't want to talk about cool shit. I'm so used to listen to the people venting that I have problems when I have to say, oh no. It's okay. Trust in yourself. But yeah, I understand what you mean. Yeah, sometimes it's like, I can listen, but I don't know what to say myself, and it just feels weird. Like I feel like I'm maybe letting people down. Maybe I'm making them feel like I'm not that interested in the conversation because I just don't know what to say. But yeah, as I was saying, you know, when I started streaming, I was very shy. I only had like a handful of friends, and even with them, I sometimes wouldn't know what to talk about. There were only like 3 people that I would talk about, that I would talk with very openly. And over time, you know, as I was streaming and as I had more people show up in the chat, I kind of learned how to get over that anxiety of, you know, meeting a new person and having this feeling of, oh, you know, I must be the best version of myself, and I need to like watch out for what I say, and just, you know, just be, you know, just be very nervous about how I might appear to the other person, and you know, all that stuff. It's like, it's complicated, but I'm sure some of you might understand. And you know, at first when I had someone show up in the chat, I would be like, oh, you know, hello, how are you? And it was like, you know, whenever a person said something, I felt like I need to be really kind to them, because I just didn't really know how to interact with people that much. And I was like, oh my god, I said hi weird. Maybe they'll think I'm weird, and maybe they will get offended or something, you know. Being just too soft, basically. But then, you know, as time went by, and I had more people come in the chat, and I started getting a raise from people, and you know, people I was friends with introduced me to their own friends as well. The things have just started to change, and I felt like I kind of am more comfortable being myself, and I can just speak normally now. And then, you know, if I have someone show up in the chat and I'm like, okay, you know, it's nice. How are you? I hope you're having a good time. I hope you like it here. But I won't be, you know, stressing out. Oh my goodness, there's a new person. You know, there's a new person in the group. What do I do? How do I make sure that I'm not being weird? It's not really that that of a big deal anymore to me. Like I'm able to be myself right now. And yeah, if any of you have ever felt like you would like to work on your skills and maybe you were like looking for a way, I think this is one of the very good ways of just building up your self-confidence, or maybe just getting fighting that social anxiety a little bit. It's just nice knowing that, you know, in reality, no one can really like yell at you, because if someone says something mean in the chat, just block them. It, you know, I feel like I never really had this problem, not yet at least. But yeah, it's like I feel like the biggest fear comes from being, you know, being it's like being vulnerable and being there yourself. So it's like, oh, you know, if you meet someone on the street and someone is mean, it's like, oh my god. And you know, you say something silly by accident, and like, oh my god, they knew who I am. Like they saw me. Next time they see me, they will know I'm that person who said that stupid thing. Or like in school, it would often be like, oh, you know, I said something silly to a classmate. Now they will always know it was me who said that. And being on the internet and being able to be somewhat anonymous is like, okay, I said something stupid, but there's always this chance of, you know what, if in case I did something really fucking stupid, I can just drop this and I go back to my normal life and you never see me again. That was at least what I was thinking about in the beginning, you know? I was like, if I make a fool out of myself, I can just always leave. I can just always leave. There's always this buffer. And yeah. You know, I not like I really wanted to, but I felt like it was nice having that option, be there if something really bad happened. So that, you know, that gave me this cushion of safety, and knowing that I'm mostly anonymous here, and that you don't really, you know, get to like yell at me or anything because this is chat. I don't know, it just made it easier to you know, to build my confidence. And yeah, that's why I feel like this is a great way, like streaming in general in VTubing is a great way of like working on your confidence if you are someone like me who might be a very uncomfortable with new people or just have a social anxiety in general. But yes, 2-3 years ago I would never be able to just speak openly about it like that. Straight up working it, yeah. So I don't know, I feel like and especially this last year has been very last year, technically even half a year, I would say, has been the time where I made the most progress because I started collabing more with people. You know, I had one collab before with Dartbex, with Mona, my good friend for a couple of years now. And then this year in June, I think, I played with Eve for the first time. And it was like, oh my goodness, how do I talk to people on the voice chat? You know, that kind of, you know, a new situation again, something different. Because just being, you know, talking to you in the chat, it's like it's a different kind of interaction as well. I'm hydrating, by the way. So has the plan for when she gets Twitter cancelled. Legit, I like following YouTubers, so you have more privacy and comfort. Yeah. And it also like lets you kind of be the kind of person you want to be. You can technically just, you know, try new things, and I think when I first heard about VTubing, I thought that every VTuber is like an actor, and they're like playing a character, not only in the sense of, you know, they're like role playing, but also like they actually have to act the, you know, the behaviors, and like, you know, have maybe a little bit different personality than they have in real life. And I'm not sure if this is something that's actually a thing. I'm pretty sure that there's like, there has to be people who actually do that. So, you know, being like an actor while VTubing. And I don't know, I feel like that's also like an option. So, you know, you can kind of work on your personality a little bit too. Be like, oh, you know, no one knows me here, so I can be whoever I want to be, and I can maybe use that to like have an impact on my real life. The corpos are like that. Yeah, I thought that the corpos would be like that in the beginning. I don't know really how it's now, but that was my first impression. Hot take, I like when there's no face cam. Or you mean like just gameplay but no model and no person? I feel like, you know, that's also an option. Personally, the reason, you know, when I was thinking about starting streaming, that was my plan initially. Just be, you know, showing a game on the screen and not have anything else, like no face cam, no model, just be playing games. But I thought that I want to have this more of that like connection. I felt like being able to show some expression is like it helps a little bit to build that connection with people. The audio just glitched and you kept saying hot take. Oh god. Scary. I miss the 2005 gaming videos when there's just voice. There's still people who do that. It's fine if you like that. Yeah, I just feel like I have more fun with a model because I get to like, I don't know, it's like puppeteering. I don't know, it's fun. I wonder what the average age of Soda's chat is. Who knows? There's people of all ages. Anyway, let me check. Solborg mother brings me joy. Yay! Let me check who I could raid. At least retirement age. Oh, come on. Don't be mean to people. Everyone is like many hours into the stream. So I guess I'm just gonna end then, and you'll find someone next time because I don't have the brains right now to like look for a new person, because I'll, you know, if when I'm raiding a new person, I like to like stay in the chat for a little bit to like at least get to know them, but I just want to sleep. So yeah, I figured that that's not the time for it now. But anyway, I'll see you guys on Monday. Monday, yeah. I'll be playing Heroes of Might and Magic with Vanya. So yeah, I hope you're looking forward to that. And then I'll be back on Wednesday with more art, and Thursday with arena or I just remembered something, guys. I forgot what I was. You know what? We have to play the Tomb Raider 1 and 2 extra levels. Okay, that helps me pad the time. Okay, I never mind. I have figured out what I'm gonna do. But yeah, I'll be back on Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday. And we wanted to stay always here. Don't worry, I'm not going anywhere. I'm enjoying streaming and having fun with you guys and just chatting and all of that stuff. So I'm not going anywhere. Don't worry about me for as long as I can figure it out. I'll probably be here. I'm not making any sense anymore. I'm just very sleepy right now. Anyway, good night. I will have a good weekend, guys. We'll see you on Monday. Goodbye. Or if you're just on Discord, we will be on Discord. Anyway, goodbye, good night, bye.